Dakota, what's up? How's it going? No, I'm not going to spill the beans. They'll figure the knife out when they figure the knife out. Just a dude, what's up? I don't have anything to heat treat with, that's what I was going after, is I don't have a kiln. I'd much rather use a kiln than do it in a forge. I was talking to him earlier today on Instagram. I bought what looks like a Swiss Army knife, but it's not. Matt, how's it going? Living up to the name. What do we mean by that? I do sell knives sometimes, yes. Before we sharpen this, we should probably clean it. Q-tips. So, the saw blade on this thing is a nasty looking push cut type saw. It could use being sharp instead of just looking like that. Like a little bit of file work on this thing would be amazing. But this is where we begin. A diamond burr would work just fine. Anyway, this is, if I'm not mistaken, a colonial from the 50s, made in the US. I don't know if it's a rare knife or not. I bought it because it was $10. But being that it's made in the US, chances are it's not trash. But it's made in the US back in the day, so. Colonial Prov USA. Definitely not sharp. But we'll fix that. It's not in terrible condition, which is why I bought it. If it was in bad condition, I probably wouldn't have bought it. You can only do so much for these things without taking them apart, and I don't have the tools to put these things back together. Unfortunately, with it being from a pawn shop, I have none of the backstory of this knife. But we will make it sharp again. What kind of trapper did you buy? As long as it's not heat treated too soft, yeah, this will be fine. Oh, okay. From Case, I assume? I'm sure there's a lot of things that would be better than the Q-tips. At this point, the Q-tips are kind of my whole shtick, though, so... Tom, how's it going? Glad to hear it. Ah. So, guys, I hate to say it, but I think I'm going to have to push back the giveaway by a week. I failed my upload date on the giveaway video, which means that instead of giving people a week of a heads up, they'd be getting like a lot less, like a couple days less. No, it's just that I had it planned already, and then it's not going to happen the day that I had planned. That didn't do what I planned. It's still cleaning it though, so. I mean, they're free for you guys. This isn't an actual Swiss Army knife. This is made in America. And being that it's carbon steel, not stainless, the fact that it's not completely rusted out is more impressive. Something that a couple of you might find interesting. The liners are aluminum, not stainless. They're a brighter silver than the springs. Sure. Ooh. That's getting some of that black crud off there. Gross. Maxilla, I haven't seen you in a while. How's it going? Been a couple months. Well, it's definitely not a Swiss knife. I'm doing all right. We hit 2K since you came in here last. It's just time consuming. The Q-tip, instead of using other stuff. Gotta be careful considering the knife blades right there. Oh, that fits. Damn, that was dirty. No, I just bought it today. It's not that bad. It's just dirty. And it needs a new edge. After that, though, it'll be a good knife. Aiden, have you looked into a cheap kiln for me? Or are you just sitting there saying you should make knives and you're not gonna find me a cheap ass kiln that'll work? So we'll start off with the small blade. Get an edge test on this. I do not. I have about 650. And most of that's going towards the grail knife. I bought it to give it to a family friend. Lily, what's up? How's it going? No, I don't. I'm broke. $10. That is pretty wild. Just take off that little lanyard thing right there so that it doesn't get in the way of sharpening. This one right here is a CJRB Acacia. Yep. They're like $30 new. Plus shipping. A new Victorinox is like 40 to 180. I have no clue where you're finding a new Victorinox for $10. But do tell me, because I'll buy them up and then sell them to you guys. Because why not? Other than having a couple in the collection, I don't think I'll ever use one. A new Spartan what? No, I have not. I have been stabbed, though. It's not fun. Ten out of 10 would not recommend. I should clarify that. I've never been stabbed by a knife or with a knife, but some little shit stabbed me with a pencil in second grade. Sorry about what? Shit happens. And I've said it a few times. Fuck you, Braden. Believing everything that somebody says is the same as believing everything on the internet. It's a very dumb idea. No, please don't ask dumb questions. I would rather not answer them. So, what? That's good. Now for the main blade that we actually want that crazy edge on. This is an SATC. You can get it on Amazon for like 22 bucks. There's a burr on both sides on this thing. Starting cut. It's not bad. I haven't noticed any inconsistencies or anything. My DMT wore out pretty quick. So I can't speak too much on that. AB123, what's up? How's it going? I don't have the money, so we'll stick with the shit that I can afford. Glad to hear it. I've got a decent grip progression. Probably tomorrow. I live stream just about daily now. I don't know if there's anything you can do to remove scratches on the blade without thinning or a full polish or a stone wash. You could do a stone wash, but it's never going to look the same. Sounds like a plan. It starts around the same time, 11 p.m. Mountain Time. I don't have any stones that are that narrow. Appreciate you dropping in, though. I have no clue. This is, I'm pretty sure, from the 50s. We'll look it up real quick. Not what steel it is, but how old it is. If Google will load. If I were to recommend a fastback, I'd recommend one of the ones that you can swap the blade out on. Yes, I know that they aren't date codes. Duh. There we go. Or not. Lots of practice. Anyway, it's from like the 50s or 60s, so I'm basing that off research that I did a while ago. And it kind of depends on how often you sharpen. I don't expect this one to last multiple years, but I expect it to last at least one. And with that being said, at $20, I'm not going to complain. And there's another common misconception that I don't think people should do. I don't recommend sharpening or practicing on cheap knives. Cheap knives are harder to sharpen than expensive knives. My recommendation is you buy a knife, it's about $40 in D2, and you learn on that. When you spend that much money on something to practice on, it makes you a little more careful, and D2 deburrs easier than those cheap, crappy knives that people typically try practicing on, which are a huge pain to sharpen. I wouldn't recommend practicing on that one, but you could. All depends on what you want to practice on. So you still haven't gotten Cash App to work for you? And Blade Binge won't let you add your uh, your address? I'll be honest, I've tried just about everything I can think of to help you out on there. Have you sent Blade Binge an email to get that worked out? And what did they say? I'm going to move down a grit. This is taking forever. Have you tried their little chat bot thing? I apologize for the autofocus bullshit that's about to happen. Have you tried to get in touch with one of their employees that's on the chat thing? I think that's your best bet at this point. Kashif, how's it going? That took a while for your profile picture to show up. Glad to hear it. It is definitely a nice plate. I don't usually use it unless something's being super stubborn, like it is right now. You should try that tomorrow in the middle of the day. Nope. Why do you ask? You should try and do it as soon as possible. Make sure to leave your email for them to get back to you. What company are you asking about? Oh, I did. I did a live stream with Stifler Manufacturing a while back. Yeah. Yeah, he's a nice guy. Um, my recommendation is you send their little chat thing, something saying what's going on, and leave your email for a response. And you should get a response on like Tuesday at the latest. I'm going to be honest with you. Stop the cap. You're not the first person to try and get me. You won't be the last, and nobody's succeeded. I do appreciate you trying, though. It is very entertaining to me. But yeah, he's a pretty nice guy. No, but I got to give them some sort of encouragement so that they come back with another account and try again. It's like the only stupid entertainment that I get during these live streams. The rest of it's just regular conversation. Oh, this one. It's a P801SF. And they make one in titanium, I believe, now too. Last time I checked. Nope. I have no fixed angle system. I do it all by hand. Lots of practice. I've got 200 something hours of practice, so. I've had a lot of people try to get me to say something. I think I had one dude asking me, where do Nigerians come from? And I'm like, really? I know where he was going with it. Yeah, I'll show it off here in a minute. Did you want to see the microscope itself, or did you want it like to look at this under the microscope? Okay. Let me get a huge burr on this thing. It is. It's an Atoma 140. Okay. Glad to hear there's more people like me out there. Trying to get rid of a decent amount of mine. A nice good look at a burr. I am not into flashlights personally. I don't use them very often, but when I do, it's nice to have one. I personally carry an Olight i3. Yeah, I'll show the microscope here in a sec. I believe it is a Carson Microbright. And you can get these for like, I think 20 bucks. They take a AAA battery. And get it with the clip if you want to take pictures. This clip is very useful for stuff like that. It is a Carson Microbright, I think. I'm not 100% sure on that. I didn't buy it. But I'm like 80% sure that that's what it's called. Well, you have fun with that, I guess. I just have an i3 sitting on my keychain. You went with a Gerber utility knife? Man. At least go with a Milwaukee Fastback. Those things are nice. Fun fact about me, I can also sharpen with one hand. Accurately. You got one? You got one what? Oh. Yeah, the Fastback that I have in mind is the one that takes razor blades and it can hold 5 spares in the handle. Oh my god. That was nice. Yes. About an hour ago, just about daily. Oh, yeah. Not a whole lot. We had somebody try to make me say Candace, and it didn't work. And then uh, we had a couple more people join, and yeah, I used to only stream on Fridays and Saturdays, but I figured I'm sitting there wasting my time, so I might as well live stream every day. The downside of that is I never have any new content. It's always just sharpening, and every once in a while I get a new knife. But with me doing the live streams almost exclusively, that means I also don't upload videos, which I need to upload a couple videos. Is it like Streamer Appreciation Month or something? I'm going to be honest, I'm close to paying somebody else to do the editing. YouTube doesn't even make me money, but I hate editing so much. And all I ever do is click on the file, put it into CapCut, click on the CapCut thing, go enter the new project, go into that project, click on the video file, turn the volume up on the video file, export the file, upload it on YouTube, come up with a title for it, which is typically first impressions of this. Commander's here. I'm gonna guess that Aiden fell asleep in here. Which is a solid guess, by the way. Oh, I hate editing so much. Maybe in a minute once I'm done with this. I'm sure if I went on another one of those tangents, then people would stay awake longer. I'm sure more people would watch too. It's always entertaining seeing somebody that looks pissed off. Yes, when you have a monotone voice and you don't do anything over the top, then people fall asleep. The benefit of people falling asleep on my streams is typically the stream was left open the whole entire time that they're asleep, and I get free watch time without anybody paying attention. Favorite item in the collection? I don't know. I'm not sure I have a favorite at the moment. Yeah, I'm assuming that's how most people are. Especially since I live stream as late as I do. Everybody's supposed to be going to sleep, and then they just sit here and watch this. Bedrock. The features I've seen in Bedrock just look better. Technically speaking, Bedrock is a real stone, but it is not what it is in Minecraft. All I know is that the features in Bedrock look better. Yeah, it's 12:14 here. I would love to play Hot Dogs, Horseshoes, and Hand Grenades. That game just looks fun. What console do I play on? There, my hand has a bald spot now. That just doesn't feel very refined. Thousand grit it is. This thing, one of these days I'm gonna need to swap my profile picture. No, I'm not going to sharpen it. Nope. I don't want to sharpen it. If I sharpen it, then it's not going to look the way that it does. Beautiful. Honestly, there's almost no point in asking that question because it's very rare that anybody does water cooling. Plus, if it was water cooled, the person would bring it up. Let's be honest. Yeah, if I'm going to do something, it's going to be on the phone because the 360 is slow. Now let's go on to Google and look up 0.25 inch carbide drill bit. Fine. Quarter-inch carbide drill bit. Frank, what's up? How's it going? Overview. I want to know about the tool. I don't want to see other shit that you're trying to sell me. I need to know how hard these things are. They don't have a warranty? Are you shitting me? I'm dropping $9 on a drill bit and it doesn't come with a warranty? Fuck you. Depends. Do you mean the one that you bought, or I have a ton of knives. What knife was it? Is this the one? Um, 3 feet in diameter. So what? 1.5 times 3.14 times 5. Yeah, I'm definitely not selling this one. It is a good looking knife, though. Twenty-three and a half square feet or cubic feet of dirt. Well, technically speaking, there's no dirt in the hole, but that should have been about how much was in the hole. Palmer, how's it going? I'll have a really good looking knife here in about a week. They say it's going to show up on Thursday. I don't believe them. Glad to hear it. Oh, let's go on Amazon and look up 1/4 inch carbide drill bit and see if I can find one that's not $40. I just told you how much dirt. 23.55 cubic feet of dirt. But technically speaking, that is how much dirt was removed. Yeah, but there's 100% tariff on China right now. Yeah, that's why I said technically it's that much dirt that's been removed. That's not in the hole. Glad to hear it's treating you good. There's a 100% tariff on everything from China right now, on top of whatever tariffs were already there. Timu makes stuff from, or buys stuff from China or whatever, so 1/4 inch carbide drill bit. Nope, don't need a masonry bit. All right, so is it tungsten carbide or tungsten steel? Well, I'm not looking for a carbide tipped bit. I'm looking for one where the whole bit is made out of carbide. And that is quite different. So it looks like a drill bit like that's going to cost me about $17. That sucks. I have heard that H1 sucks. Well, actually, here's one for 15. I want something in H1 just to say that I have it, and I really, really want to do that hardness testing. So, where you use it on a bunch of cardboard and then it hardens the edge, the work hardening stuff. The problem is the only company that uses H1 that I know of is Spyderco, and the knives that they use it on, I don't want. Okay, let's be real here, guys. I have two options: give up on this knife blade, or I buy this drill bit, drill this shit out by the 0.01 millimeter that it is too big or too small, and then stick it in a handle. This project is already about $15 over what I wanted to spend. And I'm just going to end up buying another blade if this didn't work. The file, I don't think I could fit. It's hardened steel. A file's just going to do the same thing that, yeah, it's just not going to work. I had something in my throat, like a piece of dust or something. I don't smoke. An aftermarket para 3 blade, yes. The pivot hole is too small. Trying to come up with solutions that don't break the bank. VG10. The pivot hole is 0.01 millimeters too small. Ain't it fun? I want smooth sides because it's going to be sitting on titanium hardware. Titanium is soft, and if you don't have smooth sides, it's going to have premature wear, and then it needs replaced. I'm not doing a file. We'll just put it that way. It's not going to happen. The sanding thing might do that. Might start on like 300 grit or something. I don't know what I'd stick the sandpaper on though. It was something that I found on eBay. It was like 20 something bucks. So you knew it wasn't going to be good, but J Dog, what's up? How's it going? I heard you were live streaming again. I just that'd be kind of funny. Nah, he wouldn't do it, but just send a message to Stifler Manufacturing and say, "Hey, can you do something with this?" Whatever you do, don't play with the boomsticks on stream. Apparently, that can get you banned. Yeah, probably. I haven't seen his live streams pop up in a bit on my notifications. Then again, he tends to live stream in the morning when I'm still asleep, so No, I got notifications for him for a while, but I stopped clicking on them because, I wasn't awake when they were happening. Usually my YouTube's pretty good with them. Debating on what we should do next, but I'm starting to think I'm going to go with the sandpaper idea. I just don't know what I'm going to wrap the sandpaper around to fit in that hole. The Dremel bits are too big to fit in there. At least the ones that I have are too big. Plus, I broke my Dremel a while back, so don't have one of those anymore. Then the cones aren't going to be straight. That's the thing, is I'm super worried about this thing not going straight perfectly. I do have a drill press, but it's hardened steel, and getting a carbide bit is expensive. I want to spend the least amount of money to get this shit done as possible. I don't have anything to get it that hot. Again, if I leave it there, right, I could temper it, but if I temper it, I have nothing to heat treat it again. I'm thinking the sandpaper thing is the way to go. Yeah, I don't have anything that gets hot enough to make steel glow. You know. Nope. To get steel close to melting point, you have to have something that'll get it up to what, like 1500, 1600 degrees? That is definitely smaller than the hole. I don't know what you mean by a trumpet. I really don't. Do I have something that's a little bigger so I waste less sandpaper? Because I want to waste the least amount of sandpaper possible. Just a thought. It's bigger, but it's not round, but it's bigger. It's not a Spyderco factory knife blade, so yes, it is a factory defect, but it's not from Spyderco. That would work. You're forgetting a K in there. It's K in, there's a K in knees. Knees. Let me go get some sandpaper. We'll see what I can do. That works, I guess. Anyway. We're going to put that on there. Would you like to buy it from me for $5? There's no reason to get rid of it when it's not put on a knife already. Anyway, I'll be back in a bit. I'm going to go get some sandpaper. Oh, I throw in 5 Q-tips with every purchase. As long as I remember to throw them in there. Now, what knife do I want to ruin the edge of? I don't know what you mean by trumpet. I really don't. I could do that. I've got like 160 something. I don't know. I stopped counting a while ago. Is there a knife on the table that I don't mind destroying the edge on? Yes, there is. Oh, the benefits of keeping cheap shit. No, definitely not. Maximate is expensive, don't you know? If this was an actual torture test for a knife, I would agree with you on that. Now I need some sort of glue. And wrap it around this shit. How many times? We don't have any quick drying glue in the house. I don't know what you mean by a trumpet. I don't. I've asked. You haven't told me. So, I'm not going to use a trumpet. The friction ain't doing shit. There isn't enough friction. Tape. thank God that worked. Just a bit of tape. So what were you trying to say instead of trumpet? Oh no. The tape has started moving. It'll work. Believe in me. I don't think a Leatherman flathead's small enough. Please don't tell me it's still too big to fit. I don't have a drill that will move slow enough, I don't think. Q-tip to wipe it all off. Now we just need to open this. Yes, I can go slow, but why not just do it by hand instead? Look, I don't know how to barely depress something. I'm good at making things extremely depressed, but barely depressed? Pff, no. It's either very depressed or not depressed at all. One of the two. No clue. I am not the person to ask that question. The thing is, I don't want to remove too much material too quickly. So the slower I go, the better this is going to work out. It actually fits better than it did already, which surprises the hell out of me because, I thought it was going to take a little more work. But yeah, I personally have never thought eating a horse was a good idea. So no shit. A little more, and this shit's gonna fit. It already clicked down almost all the way. It almost looks factory, to be honest. No, 0.01 millimeter. Oh, that's fun. I dropped the stop pin. No, I'm not going to show you my cat. I don't even know where she is right now. Yeah, that piece is kind of important. This is why we have the parts bin. So when I take shit apart, things don't fall. eBay. Been doing fine. How about yourself? Nice. Gonna take more than that. There we go. We are reaming out that hole until things fit properly. Because the hole that the blade came with was too small. And this is exactly why I wanted to do this by hand, is because like it can fit on there now, but if I took this too fast, then it would be loose. And if it's loose, then it doesn't fit properly either. But I'd much rather it be tight and fixable instead of loose and then there's nothing I can do about it. So you gotta take this super slow. We're getting there. Woohoo. Got a pretty solid hunch that this isn't doing a whole lot anymore, and the paper's kind of clogged up. We're getting there. We'll take it slow. I've got patience. We're coming up to the point where wet sanding might not be a bad idea. Or I can just do that and it'll start working better again. How do you guys think I deal with the people that join my live streams? Some of those people, they're special. Actually, the inside looks pretty nice. You guys probably aren't going to see it, but I don't think it needs wet sanding. It is properly smooth. It'd be nice if this pivot screw wasn't backing out every time that I put it on. We're getting close. It's actually getting easier to take it off of the pivot now, so I think the smart move, this is going to sound dumb, but the smart move is going to be putting this handle back together without the blade in it, and then putting that blade on the Maximate knife instead. Because the Maximate knife has steel hardware. I already told you that I can't tell you that. I have no clue. My recommendation, as others said, look it up on Google, because I'm not going to help you with that. My YouTube channel is not your search browser. You'd be surprised how many people do it. All right, where's my para 3? This might be it. Yeah, I just don't get why the dude's coming in here and asking me. Get snap. What do you mean by that? Snapchat? Definitely not. I don't need people going like, yeah, he talks to his subscribers on Snapchat. That's pretty weird if you ask me. What Spyderco blade? I mean, I just explained it a minute ago why it's there. It's because I took my actual Spyderco apart and we're fitting this knife to the steel hardware instead of the titanium hardware. Well, I just thought everybody heard me, but apparently not. It happens. You know, maybe that's not the best idea because it's not going to be going on this handle anyway. Mmm, barbecue chicken. Just imagine me being Homer Simpson when you say that. Cody, what's up? Oh, barbecue chicken. Oh. Anyway, continuing on with the bullshit that we started. Starting to think that these are like T9s. They are. I haven't watched The Simpsons in a while. I don't remember what he sounds like. Is this a T9? No, that's a T8. I don't know what that is, but good for you. A lot of sanding is what we're doing at the moment. It's a spider no. Not a spider coat, a spider no. At least the day that I get my hands on a laser engraver, that's what this is going to say on it. The front of the blade's going to say spider now. And it's going to have like a fly right here. That's going to say VG10. And then the back of the blade's going to say, instead of saying Golden, Colorado, Earth, it's going to say somewhere in China, Earth. Oh, you mean like a hot dog when you stick it in the microwave? Bang, bang. Apparently phones do that too. I don't recommend sticking your phone in the microwave to charge it. People thought that was a good idea. Fun fact, you can actually make scrambled eggs in the microwave. Not even kidding. It takes like a minute. I'm not joking when I say that. I tried that. It was hilarious. You got to pull it out every once in a while to. Ooh. Oh, that started getting a little tough to move. Now it's time for wet sanding. Because it barely fits. That should work. Mafio Bill, what's up? You guys ever wondered why chickens lay eggs even when they aren't fertilized? Because that is a genuinely good question. God damn, the longer you have it on there, like the wet added lubrication and then all that lubrication just up and disappeared. That is a wonderful thing to think about. Thank you very much, Cody. I'm going to continue eating eggs like I never heard that, but oh, be a man. Grow up. No, I'll bet you that he's right. That is probably why they lay eggs as often as they do. I mean, that too. Almost all the nutrients. And the reason I brought it up was the amount of calcium that eggs use. There's a lot of calcium. Okay, so now that the two of you that were asking questions yesterday, I will give you one question to ask about the new knife, and I will tell you the price range right now. The new knife is more than $100, but less than $200. No, the new knife that I just bought because I was tired of waiting and the Grail knife is still not available yet. It's still nice, but it's not like Grail nice. What's a 3 not a 4? I think we did it. This is quite possibly the smoothest action I have on a pivot without it feeling loose. Which means we can put this thing together. It is smooth. I would like to apologize to everybody that I've ever sold anything to. The tape that I use fucking stinks. And I know it does, but it works really, really well. And it's easy to cut and still durable. So please forgive me for that. Well, considering it's the shit that the United States Postal Service sells, I'm not so sure about that. However, we will just assume that it is the good shit. I'm just glad it's not loose, like hot dog down a hallway loose. It is smooth. Oh, that's fun. Okay. There is a joke there somewhere. I'm just not going to say it. That looks good to me. Find that interesting though. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Okay. Now please, everything just fit and work and be amazing. Or be at least as good as I hope it is. It'll need broken in. That's fine. That is... It's about damn time that I get to have a beater that I actually want to carry. So everybody, say hi to my not a pair of three. The jimping sucks. I like him, but one of my other subscribers said that he got banned for having a disagreement with him. I don't know. I don't have proof of that, so I'm not going to say that it actually happened. However, I do give people the benefit of the doubt. The downside, I give both people the benefit of the doubt. We're going to put a little bit of grease in the action and then see how it acts after that. And since these are not phosphor bronze washers, they are brass. It is a little bit different. I'm sure I'd get a warning. Motherfucker, I dropped it for the second time. Second time. At least I don't have to get up this time. Same fucking piece, too. Oh, that's funny. I might try that. I'm a mod in a couple other places. That would be really entertaining. Because usually I give people like 2 or 3 warnings. If I just stopped giving warnings and did that, I think people would wonder if there's something wrong. Yeah, I made sure. I did it off screen though, so. I don't know, when a mod does that, I think it's pretty obvious. Who kind of scared you, Kodiak or Barlow Brigade? Hmm. Yeah, I try to understand the conversation before taking action, but sometimes people are talking too quick. Sometimes everybody's being a dick. And I gotta fix the problem. I've had misunderstandings before, and shit happens sometimes, but I do try my best. I think I forgot to send Barlow Brigade his tracking number. Whoops. Oh, I love having disagreements in a conversation. It gives us something interesting to do. Civil discourse is important. Okay. Please do notice how I said civil discourse. Civil discourse is where you disagree with a person or their opinions on something, and you don't go after their family for it. No, I'm not talking to a specific person when I say this. You got butter? I like butter. You can disagree with someone and not have to put their address and shit online. Just disagree, say, wow, that's an interesting opinion, and leave it at that. Buttered sausage. Let's talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Oh, do you like buttered sausage? No, I like honey, and I kiss it on the lips. Or some shit like that. I feel bad for the guy, I really do. That that accident took everything that he had going for him. I think it was Gary Busey. I think my favorite fruit is blackberries. I love blackberries. Let's take that thing out so I don't fucking drop it this time. I hate dragon fruit so much. I just want to set the precedent, right? I want to tell you guys a story about the first time I had dragon fruit, okay? We went to Winco. I think the only dragon fruit they had there was like $5 for one. And I'm like, damn, $5 is expensive. But I'm willing to try something new. I'll give it a shot. So we bought one, we cut it open, did all the regular shit. Flavorless. The whole fucking thing. It didn't have any flavor whatsoever. Oh my god, that was pointless. Mangoes are good. Pineapple. I love pineapple. Raspberries are good, but I think blackberries are just the next level. How do you like something that has no flavor? It's like enjoying water. I mean, you can enjoy the fact that water's refreshing. Don't get me wrong, I agree with that. But it's like enjoying water for the fact that it's somebody gets where I'm coming from when I say this. I know somebody gets it. No, 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 no. Raw oysters has an acquired taste. I don't have that taste, but there's raw oysters, right? And then there's dragon fruit that has. You hate watermelon? Whoa, what? Now that's weird. I haven't heard anybody that dislikes watermelon before. Interesting. No, I have not. I don't typically watch knife channels. Every once in a while, I'll watch Outdoors 55 to learn something new. Other than that, I really don't watch knife channels. You get some sort of sustenance out of clams or oysters or whatever, at least. All that is information. Ooh, gotta love that information while it's slithering down my throat. Fucking bullshit. Everything that you've been told about it having significant amounts of protein is a lie. I promise you. Where did I put. Oh. I think I put a little too much grease in one section. It also had some dust after the wearing on it. It doesn't sound the same. You don't weigh shit. How many kilograms do I weigh? I measure shit in freedom units, so kilograms isn't typically how I think of things. I can see why they don't do the chamfering. That rips off parts of your fingernail. I thought the chamfering would be nice. Nope. Just go with the regular blade. The action isn't terrible. Let's clean it up a little bit. How's the edge? Factory edge. Actually pretty damn good. Damn. One of the better edges I've gotten from a factory Honestly, that's, I'd almost say comparable to Spyderco. Well, at least it fits now. The jimping on this thing sucks, though. It is garbage jimping. And we'll compare it to a real Spyderco. It is nice to have real versions of the fake knives that you buy. You're 110? God damn, am I the heaviest person in here? Probably, now that I think about it. So the jimping. You can see the difference. The jimping on this thing doesn't catch your fingers at all. There's no way I'm not the heaviest person in here. At least the heaviest person talking, anyway. I kind of like it. Once it wears in, I'm sure it'll be better. It kind of feels similar to a Para 3 with DLC coating. I weigh, last time I checked, 259. And I am 6 foot. Yeah, 259 pounds. Yep. I could sit on you and break all the bones in your body. Well, just a dude is now just a kid. If you're 32 pounds. We're going to take it apart again. Wipe off one spot that I can feel has extra shit going on that I don't want. There's a little bit of grit. A little bit of grit right there. That was scary. I did this, and it snapped closed right onto there. That scared the shit out of me. Because it's extremely smooth on there. But with any sort of tension on anything, it is not this smooth anymore. So I think what we're going to do, we'll find that and we'll just sit you on top of there. We'll wipe this off. After a little bit of wear in time. Now, as you can see, these are not very flat. There's only one spot that's touching that. The fuck what? No, I'm not sticking them on a stone. I will gladly, however, take them to... Oh well. It's the internet. It's no big deal. We'll take it to the 1800. No, but apparently a camera adds like 20 pounds. I'll be honest, I usually polish these things on just the, oh yeah, I'm supposed to move in a figure eight. I apologize. Were you there for that joke? That shit was hilarious. I think you mean figure nines, if you were there for that. I'm barely touching this thing. might just go with a strop. This thing is nowhere near flat. S groove? What? I don't know what you mean by that. And that did not do what I want it to. So I guess we will continue. Why do I think the liner has a groove worn in it? This liner still has the thing on it. It's still got the washer on there. Oh, I love using the leather on the washers. It works out great. Especially when you got diamond compound on there. It works out wonderfully. Oh, because it's not flat. But I also don't think that this is perfectly flat either, so I'm not sure this is going to help much. I've never heard of people doing that, but it sounds like a waste of diamond compound. Yes, there is. On the blade, not on the liner. No, the wear mark wasn't there before I put the blade on. Yeah, these definitely weren't flat. I'm only going to do this to the side that's touching the blade. There's no point in doing it to the other side. Well, it's probably because they don't want to spend their time flattening shit. You know, they punch these things out. That's how washers are made, is they punch them out of a sheet. And there's always going to be a high spot in the center. There always will be. Unless you flatten it. That's just how making washers works. I'm just not looking forward to the fact that I have to do this to another side. I'm using the weight of my finger, and that is it. Yeah, let's just do this on the vitrified diamond stone. Let's rip material off. Man, you sit here and do this. This is a waste of time. Can you tell I'm not left-handed? Because I'm doing triangles. The problem with the vitrified diamond stone right now is it's not flat either. So I'm going to end up with shit that isn't flat. This is flat. This is a piece of glass. It is flat, flat. It doesn't get much more flat than that. Nope, but glass is about as close to flat as you can get. Alright, we'll see you later, just a dude. You have a good one. Maybe I should try it now. It's better than it was. I see. More wear. Do you think I'm like dumb or something? I'm not one of the many people every year that's going to do that. There's a lot of shit that you shouldn't mix with bleach. No, there's wear spots inside the pivot hole. You can see because of the black dust. That's either from the blade, which I doubt it is, or it's from the titanium pivot, which is where I'm sure that wear is coming from. I think it costs billions because of research and development, not spending an insane amount of time making something flat. What is it, like 7 mirrors? Ooh, PVD. Ooh. Yeah, I have no clue. No, but you buy the cheap stuff and then you fix it up and then it's good stuff. That's what we're doing here. I thought the more impressive part was the heat shields, to be honest. The fact that they have to keep the focal shit cold and it can't have any sunlight on it. Benson, did you mean Benchmade? Yeah, I don't know if you heard they started putting those things in blister packs, which is dumb. Like, not only did they make them more expensive, but they cheaped out on the unboxing experience. Alright, there's a section that needs sanded on the blade again. I hate to keep taking it apart and putting it back together, but this thing needs to be kind of nice for me to want to carry it. Now, I obviously put too much oil in there. So let's look at this part under the microscope. Oh, don't get me wrong, Benchmade makes good knives. They're just way overpriced. Okay, microscope. I want to see what the issue is on one section. Yes, right in that groove. Bit of rust. Not cool. And that right there is where the issue is. Yeah, you can see that's definitely going to cause an issue with being smooth. So what we're looking at is the ramp right here. So what are we going to do to fix that? Sandpaper. Which means I got to take the whole thing apart again. Yep. That's what happens when you want nice shit, but you don't want to spend nice shit money. No, but they're yours for life. They even say that in on the packaging. It's everywhere on their website. Yours for life. Until you lose it to the pawn shop. This needs to be smaller. I don't know who Hillary is. I don't know what you're talking about. don't think I've ever met somebody named Hillary. So that we can fine tune this thing and make it nice. We're sanding a spot that was a little rough when opening it, so that it won't be rough anymore. That is a very weird thing to join in and say and then leave. Probably a grinder. Depends on how big of a rotating disc we're talking about. And if the rotating disc has teeth and. Wonder if this is what Wreck Knives does all the time. Drops $700 for him to make a reblade for you, and then he's just sitting here sanding for like hours. It'd be entertaining if he was sitting here watching. Just like, yep, that's what I do every day. Glad to hear you like the one you got. It's always nice when you get stuff that you like, especially when you get it for cheap. Oh, that's a lot nicer than it was. I thought that was something else. I didn't realize that I actually made it that smooth. Damn. Looking good. Cool. Well, let's see how smooth it is now. Yeah, I've got one from DeWalt. I don't think I've ever used it. Nice. Beautiful. The thing is, to me, there's no point in swapping over because of the amount of DeWalt shit that I have. I don't have any Milwaukee batteries, but I have a bunch of DeWalt batteries. So it would just be cheaper if I continue buying DeWalt stuff. It is a lot smoother now. So now I need to come up with a name for this knife. Because we already have the brand name of Spider now. Mudsar, what's up? How's it going? I'm gonna doubt that, but as long as you're happy with it. Bobrick, what's up? How's it going? I see. Staying up super late makes me sleep longer. It will never be as smooth as this. Because in my experience, no Para 3 is ever as smooth as the Maximate ones. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna do a full polish on those washers. I want to see if it does something. Or if it's just a gimmick. I think my stuff was made in Mexico. And we're starting on the 500 in a spot that I never use, so that it won't affect my testing. Now we're getting somewhere. I'm sure they'll be smooth by the time I'm finished. But yeah, never smooth sounds like horrible branding. Unless it's like grip tape or something. Like, yeah, dude, I got my aftermarket grip tape for my skateboard from Never Smooth. And the shit's like never smooth. We're getting there. Well, does the forever smooth stuff stay smooth forever? And does the never smooth stuff never become smooth? These are the questions everybody's going to ask. Or maybe you make it like barely smooth and people think that that's just how smooth it's going to stay. Okay, time to move up a grit. Just kind of sort of smooth, but not really. Well, then it sounds like every knife needs this done. You know what sucks more than anything about this is that you have to do it twice. That wouldn't surprise me. Way better. Way, way better. Now for the worst part of all this, doing it again. Magnets would not be smooth. I promise you that much. it's not flat anyway, so. No, if you have zero friction, you're missing out on a lot of the tactile feel of using a knife. Believe me when I say you want that friction. Please tell me this one's flatter than the other. Maybe. Titanium washers isn't a smart idea. Titanium and steel don't tend to work well together. Oh, that's a terrible idea. Using titanium for a blade. Titanium doesn't have wear resistance like steel does. Timony, what's up? How's it going? Or T-Money or something. Welcome back. You don't think that titanium for a blade is a bad idea? How many times have you seen a titanium blade on a knife? I can think of 6 times right now, and that's it. And I have seen thousands of knives. And I'm talking specifically pure or close to pure titanium, not nickel titanium. I wouldn't mind having a pink 22. I've actually thought about buying one that my local pawn shop has. One of them Savage Rascals. A pawn shop has one of those for like $90. Oh, my back hurts. Who was working on a titanium metal mix? I think you meant chrome, not chum or trome. Troom. Oh my god. Yeah, titanium just doesn't work well for blades. And that's fine. It just doesn't. No, titanium can't replace iron and steel. Titanium has different properties. Titanium doesn't like, when it's in a molten state, it doesn't like playing with oxygen. Finally. Nope. Titanium blades just don't work well. That's fine that they don't work well. I mean, it's not a big deal. If it doesn't work well, it doesn't work well. Not really. The few titanium knives that I've seen are in the $200 to $2,000 range. I'm just trying to give you facts, you know? You may not like the facts, but they are true. I try my best to be honest. No, I said from 200 to 2,000. Let me show you the one that I'm thinking of. It's like 250 bucks. Yeah, Strider has them in nitinol. Filter by blade steel or blade material. Scroll down until we see find in page TITA titanium. Find in page. Are you kidding me? Okay, so there's a few in titanium. The hang tie from CRKT, they've got 2 of those. The hang tie larger version, the Fred Perrin, whatever the hell that is, another Fred Perrin. This was the one that I was talking about, the Vargo Knife Sabata. That one's got a 3-inch sintered titanium blade, and then all these other ones have titanium blades as well. But this is the one that I was talking about. 225. It's not cost prohibitive, it just doesn't work. And this is titanium silver, or titanium silver ceramic, not pure titanium. Looks good to me. Time to put this shit back together. Woohoo. Well, sure, when the whole thing's titanium, yeah. But don't you think that if it worked out well, more companies would be doing it? Since it's obviously not cost prohibitive, it's relatively cheap, in fact. Okay. This will hopefully work out now. Put a drop of mineral oil. Right there. And then yeah, soak most of it off. We can look that up if you want. Okay. Let's Google it. Melting point of titanium. 3,034 degrees Fahrenheit. (2,800 degrees Fahrenheit for steel. Roughly. Oh, 2,500 to 2,800. Sorry. Yeah, an extra 700 to 200 degrees. But when are you going to be using your knife in 3,000 degree heat? I'm curious if I back one of these screws off just a little bit. Yeah, but I already showed you knives that cost as much as regular steel knives. So again, cost isn't the problem. There we go. It only took like a month to build. I don't see what the difference between a high-end titanium knife and a regular titanium knife would be. What's the difference between an expensive one and a cheap one? Other than price. I don't know what you want me to Google. I really don't. Anyway, I'm not going to continue arguing with you over it. I got my little bit of entertainment for the day. Yeah, one of them was. The last one I showed you was $225 and it folded. It was a flipper. Well, it doesn't show that it folds, but it's got a lock bar, got a flipper tab. It is a flipper knife. Give it a sec. Frame lock. It's about time. This thing's actually as smooth as an actual pair of 3. It only took an hour and a half of work to get it that way. Oh my god, it's about time. The only factory Spyderco part. It's on Blade HQ. It's called the Vargo, Vargo knives, Sabata. Whoa, 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 wait a sec. You can get it cheaper elsewhere. On their website, it is $135 instead of $225. It's on sale, so yeah. .3 ounces, not bad. I mean, to be completely fair, sharpening with a stone also scrapes off material, just in a different way. I find the only benefit of the one draw-through sharpener that I use is the fact that it has that a tungsten carbide section that that I can use for straightening out issues on the edge. Oh my god, I just suddenly got really hungry. I didn't eat much for dinner anyway. Aldi won't have them, guaranteed. Mmm, buttered sausage. Where does it come from? Where does it go? Do you like to buy buttered sausage? No, I like to buy honey. And I kiss it on the lips. What was it? I just got to find that clip and listen to it. Go on to YouTube and look up buttered sausage.
Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face. What about buttered sausage?
That's not your jam. It's not your thing. You don't like it?
It's not my jam. I don't buy jam. I buy honey, and I kiss it on the lips. Let's talk about.
Yeah. Let's talk about buttered sausage. Where does it come from? Where does it go? What does it do? What's it doing? What it does? And get it out of my face or something like that. My God. Yeah, no problem. Happy to help when I can. Actually, I haven't even sharpened this one yet. Spent the last hour and a half trying to get this thing to fit properly. It's nice and smooth though now. Ooh, dude, chili cheese Doritos. Or yeah, no, the sweet chili Doritos. Those ones are, yeah. I didn't even read your comment properly. You can tell I'm hungry. Those things are amazing. Oh, that sounds really good right now. There's nowhere that. Oh, Winco's open 24/7. And they probably have those. But the sprinklers are on. Oh well. No, I have not. I just get a pumpkin pie from Costco and stick whipped cream on it. I sell knives. I don't sell them new, I sell them used, but eventually I'd like to become a knife dealer, a knife maker, and then own a knife company. Dude, just, well, I don't know if you live where Costco is, but you can get like a huge Costco pumpkin pie for like $7. We're talking the size of a pizza for $7. I really want pumpkin pie right now, but Costco's closed. Interesting. You know what I like about you so far, Dakota? I don't think I'll ever be publicly trading stock in my company because I'd rather have full ownership instead of having people to please. I don't like the thought of other people having a say in what I do. I know what the people want because I ask what the people want. I don't give a shit about stakeholders or stock. You know, I don't give a shit about that. I want quality. Probably ceramic. Damn, that shit's sharp. Leave a 3-star review saying, yes, but I don't want investors getting to choose what I do with the company. Because, again, I know what the people want because I ask. I want to do what the people want and what I want to do. I don't want to do what shareholders do or want. Shareholders tend to suck. They can't gauge a market properly. And all they want is profits. And profits are not my number one deal. That's nice. Yeah, I like folders. I don't really go for fixed blades personally. Yeah, but then they own a piece of my company. So maybe in that contract, I put a clause where I can buy shit back. I like that idea. Clause where I can buy shit back at any time of my choosing for the price that they paid. That'd be brutal. I mean, this one does that. Right there, right where it needs to. The other one doesn't do that. This one's slightly blade heavy. I'm not playing that game. I'm not going to try and balance this shit like that. When I sharpen a knife, they're sharp as fuck, and I am definitely not messing around like that. Is this thinner? It is. Damn. No, I know which Blackbird you're talking about. I've never had a problem with my wrist getting tired when using a knife. However, I do have a problem when using a knife where when you're using it for extended periods of time, you're pushing here and it's pushing into your pinky. And right here gets very sore. And there isn't much you can do about it. No thanks. I don't enjoy doing things for that long. Well, I also have like 300 or 212 or something hours of practice in sharpening. I've been doing it for a while. Yeah, that's literally what I use mine for, except for food. Add food. And that's what I use my knives for. I think those 200 something hours are spread out over about 5 months. Oh, Jesus. Screw that. I didn't enjoy trying to make my first knife or my second knife. Frankly, I only made two, and one of them was out of mild steel, and the other one I never even really got started. I had come to the realization that I did not have the tools for heat treating stainless. I've thought about doing custom stuff though, like mid-tech knives. Somebody sends me a knife or money to build a knife. And I don't know, I gotta get better though before I start doing that kind of stuff. To a degree, yes. This stuff is roughly 67, 68 HRC. And if you bend it at all, it just snaps. I worry about heat treat more than anything else personally. I don't like a soft heat treat at all. Like, I prefer all my steels to be mid to high 60s, and almost nobody does that. So I sit there and suffer all the time. Also, most steels don't handle stuff like that. No, diamonds are a little different. Yeah, you know what I like about you, Dakota Horn? Is you don't sit there and tell me that I'm doing everything wrong the whole time. Like that one dude who has, what did he say? I have 32 years of knife making or sharpening experience, and you're doing that wrong. Like, one, cool, I guess. Two, I'm not doing it wrong because I'm getting an insanely sharp knife. I don't need some dude who can't see the angle at which I'm sharpening to telling me that I'm doing it wrong. I'm good at what I do. I'm not the best, and I'll admit that firsthand, but I'm good at it. You know, I think I'd stop after the second divorce, to be honest. I don't think I could go for a third. I'm not going to say I have it all down, but I'm comfortable with what I've got at the moment. I can't get a perfect mirror polish because the highest grit I have is 8,000. And that one's aluminum oxide and it doesn't work out well. Anyway, we'll probably go for about another 19 minutes and then I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. It'll be a 5-hour stream at that point, and then I can go to bed or something. A lot of people do run 17. That is typically, depending on the steel, that's typically a pretty solid choice. I think I most of the time run about 20. I could probably do lower than that. But it doesn't need to be lower than that. Alright, we'll see you later, J-Dog. You should probably go to bed. What is what steel called? I'm a real boy. Most are sitting around 20. machetes and stuff like that, they tend to have a higher angle because people use them for stupid stuff. It's in Maximate. Unless you know what you're getting into, I highly recommend not buying that knife. This stuff's fragile. God, 15 to 22 is way too inconsistent. I think me freehanding, I'm within 1 degree. Which is really good for freehand. Nope. Most companies try to run about 20. Which is good. That's about where they should be for people that do stupid stuff. I will admit, companies have changed recently. I mean, I've only been collecting for almost 3 years, or a little over 3 years. Things change often. Well, time to work on some lock stick that this thing developed. It is amazing looking back and seeing how quickly my not only the channel has grown, but how quickly my collection has grown. Especially in recent months. Yeah, I tell everybody, I do this disclaimer that I say when people buy a knife from me. And God, I saw that come from a mile away. Nope, I haven't monetized the channel yet. Anyway, I do this disclaimer. I say, once this knife leaves my possession, it is no longer my responsibility. Whatever happens or is caused by this knife is not my fault, and I'm not liable for whatever is done with this knife after it has left my care. This is likely the sharpest knife that is in your house, that will be in your house. Please keep this in mind. It is not a toy. Oh, that's fun. I don't try and sound pretentious when I say this, but when I hand them to people, I tell those people, this is the sharpest knife you will ever hold. Treat it as such. Well, time to put some Loctite on this thing. Throw away some paper real quick. Then we'll put Loctite on it. Fun fact, I sharpen my X-Acto knives too. They are sharper than factory when I'm done. By quite a bit. So that's fun. I'd much rather sharpen an X-Acto knife than go out and buy new ones. See, I personally don't care how people test the sharpness of my knives as long as they don't get hurt. But, you know, when I tell them that this is probably the sharpest knife you will ever hold, and then they go and do something stupid, then I just look at them like they're stupid, you know? There is no other way that I could handle that other than saying, I told you it was sharp. You know, when you do one pass, I can verify that they hurt more, but they don't do as much damage. I can speak from experience on that one. The cuts I've gotten from dull knives left no scars. Who checks for their reflection in a blade? other than like knife guys. The average person doesn't give a shit about that. They're like, oh, hey, it's shiny, and then proceed to cut their finger open like a moron. Yep, had it happen. All right, you have a good one, Jan. We'll see you later. Okay, leave it like that. Don't touch it at all. Appreciate it. Hopefully, you and other people enjoy the content. I do try my best to be as factual as possible, but sometimes I make mistakes. That's why I look up a lot of things after I say them to verify. I have a giveaway coming up. I was gonna do it next week, but I changed my mind. I'm doing it the week after on Friday, so probably the 24th, I think. And yeah, it's for people in the US or with a US address that I can ship to. You want to know who I go to for lapping films? I actually have a nice set of lapping films. So I'm not going to recommend their aluminum oxide ones, but Sharpo. The ones that I use, they've got a diamond set. And it's like $70. I'm working on getting them. They've actually taken some of my advice. They sent me my stuff for free, but I wouldn't recommend it if I didn't like it. Give me just a sec. I'm looking at something. See if they took my advice on the lapping film things. You know you can cut lapping films yourself, right? These are what they're like. So this is a 3x9. And I think these guys actually sell sheets that are like 8.5x11 paper style sheets. And you can cut them yourself. I don't like the fixed angle sharpening systems personally. They're not my thing. But yeah, I don't see how that would be hard to cut like this. I literally have it sticking to a wall. I just put it over on the wall and stick it there. And I'm assuming it's not that hard to cut. Oh, interesting. That didn't go all the way through. That's really interesting. That is one of the most valuable skills that I have. I will agree with you on that one. Maybe we'll try it on this side and see if it worked better. That's better. And that was after I just did that on the wrong side, by the way. Which scratched the shit out of the edge on that. It is flat now. But yeah, these guys sell 8x11 sheets of this stuff. I think an 8x11 sheet by the looks of it. $14 plus shipping. And they also sell 4.25x11. I can understand that. Well, I wish you luck in finding somebody who can do that for you. Honestly, I'll bet you I could probably do that. What size is the mean, it'll cost you a little more than what they cost normally, plus shipping, but yeah, that's why I don't use them, is I don't trust myself with electric sharpeners. Anyway, I did say I was going to end it at 5 hours. It's been 5 hours and 3 minutes. Glad I finally got that thing together. Took forever. But if anybody has any questions or anything, please feel free to ask them now. I'll give you guys about a minute to come up with a question. I'll answer it, and then I'm going to head out. Not bad for a factory edge. Yep, you have a good one, Dakota. Horn, we'll see you later. I do live stream roughly the same time every day, so I don't usually stay up this late. But right around 11 o'clock is when I start. 11 o'clock Mountain Time. Yep, you have a good one. And I wish you luck in finding somebody who can pre-cut lapping films for you. I'd have to look into it a little bit before I offered that service. On the bright side, the lapping films I use are made in the US, so that's cool. Oh, great, the chair started doing that again. All right, looks like that's going to be it. Hopefully you guys have a great rest of your night, day, morning, whatever it is. And we'll see you in the next one.